I
Hey,
feel
everybody. We're live.
We're back!
Rack is back.
Wait.
And you're going to have to do something about it.
Oh.
Back in Rack.
And I'm dressed to kill.
Welcome to Artifact Recovery Corporation, our Tuesday evening D&D stream. Those of you out there watching us tonight, thank you for showing up. We appreciate it. It's been a few weeks. I've been recovering from getting holes punched in my mouth. It's not been fun. I'm still not 100%. Those of you who have been watching the other streams may have noticed that I am easily distracted and not quite as energetic, but I am trying. I've got my energy drink right here. We're gonna be up until 3 or 4 in the morning, but hey, gotta do what you gotta do, right? Couple of announcements for everybody. We're at I think are we at 438 or 439 followers now? I think we're at 439. But we're headed to 500, and when we get there, we're going to give away a copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything to one lucky follower. So go tell people to follow us so that they might win a D&D book just for being a part of our amazing, awesome community. Yeah. If you're one of the people in the chat, when we hit 500 followers, you might be the one to get it. Also, every month, when we hit 50 subscribers, we give away a set of dice. And for some reason, it didn't update the subscribers because it was at 20 earlier, and we just got 6 more subscribers. So I'm going to have to fix that because that's off. Let's take a look at that. But yeah, when we hit that, we will give away a set of dice. Let's see.
Just at least 5 more.
Yeah.
1 more.
Nice. Thank you.
Just make it a nice round number.
Anytime we hit 50 subscribers in a month, we give away a set of dice care of our sponsor, Farboco. So, yeah. We're well on our way to the first set already because people have been very generous right off the bat, welcoming us back. So there, that should reflect that. I just updated it manually. So, yeah. Thank you very much, David. And Chris for the subscriptions. That's amazing. But yeah, we'll keep this ball rolling. On Halloween night, we had a Halloween hype train in here. That was pretty awesome, I have to say. We had like 36 new subs gifted on Halloween night. It was our first stream back, and that welcome back from everyone was just a huge, a huge boon. Really helped make me feel like we were welcomed back to the show. And yeah, we've gotten people have been watching. Our followers have not dropped off. Our viewers have not dropped off with that 2-week hiatus. Like, people have been back and watching all the streams, and that feels really good. I gotta say, that's been pretty amazing as well. For those of you who are out there, if you weren't here this morning or earlier today for the other stream, I did announce that this Saturday is the charity stream. Yeah.
Whoa!
It is
with a bard.
Team
Level bard in
Cringe.
about 4 days.
Yes, it is time for Team Cringe to show up for the Extra Life Game Day charity stream. Gonna have 5 or 6 ridiculous 12th level bards running me through the ringer while I run a module for them. I have it all planned out. We'll have about a 6-hour show, 4 to 6 hours, we'll see, of just me getting destroyed by a bunch of 12th level bards.
And I have Saturday off. I'm so happy.
Just please come and be generous with your gifts to children who need it.
I think it was
And-
really generous of you as well to let them be 12th level characters because they're bards, so it could have been these bards go to 11.
Oh,
I think that's like 48 psychic damage.
I've got a shotgun around here somewhere.
I was about to say, I think that just straight up kills David.
I don't know why I'm doing this anymore. I play with 70% of Team Cringe right here, right now, on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, so factor that facepalm by a factor of like 5 or 6, and that's what you get to tune in and watch.
Who are we adding? Johnny? I think it's the three of you and Johnny, right? And
Is Steven not playing?
Steven's
not going to be playing.
And then it's
Kim.
Johnny and Kim.
And Kim.
Yeah, and
Yes.
Cicada.
Oh, Kim is going to be joining us. You are so fucked.
Oh my gosh. I was actually going to open up Steven's spot to, I think, Adam from the Monday game. So I'll probably do that as well if you guys are
Makes
down
sense.
for that.
Oh, yeah. Of
So
course, more the merrier.
yeah, I'll
More shenanigans equals more
throw
donations
that
to
line
sick
out.
kids.
Adam has been very kind to me, I will say. I know Adam in real life. He's played in my other D&D games. He's been playing D&D with me for, 6-7 years now. And Adam is the pun master at my tables. He's the cringe master at my tables. And I asked him to keep the side comments to the chat as much as possible, which he has. And they are constant. They are constant in the Twitch chat on Monday nights. If you ever get to watch the Monday game, even though it's, quote, unwatchable because of all the political intrigue, if you watch the Twitch chat during that game, there are so many puns dropped throughout the night. So yeah, puns and memes get dropped in the chat like nobody's business. That's the real entertainment, folks, on Monday night. Is that and Dio's face the entire time. You don't need to know what's going on. You just need to watch Dio's reaction to everything, and that should give you enough context.
maybe I will have to tune into Mondays now.
Oh, yep, there it is.
It's genuinely one of my favorite things about Sparks' character is that she has the hat of disguise, so she can always have this perfect illusion of like a school serious face, and you know that underneath she's just constantly just like, ah,
Yeah.
and all the political stuff happening, and Gaz just openly going like, I'm gonna lay all our cards on the table.
Right. Yes. The whole time.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be something getting laid on a table during the All Bards game.
It's gonna be Mark's dignity.
I didn't think my dignity could get any lower considering I dabbed on camera, but now
We Pat, you need to save some ammo for Saturday.
I'll work on a comeback. I'll get it from the person on the table.
Oh my god, please stop. Okay, go ahead. Start introducing yourselves and your characters, please. God damn it.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gage, and I'm playing Pippin D. Wundelberg, the lovable pragmatic leader of ARC. Pippin has never really been a winner in life, and even his greatest achievement, the sentient black pudding bubbles, was an accident. Being a failed merchant in life trying to sell potions made from a black pudding that no one wants to buy has sucked all the hope of being a successful alchemist out of Pippin. But one day he found the advertisement that the Artifact Recovery Corporation was hiring, and in that advertisement he saw a new life for himself and for Bubbles. Will Pippin become a successful alchemist and make his dream of having mass-produced bubble potions in every household, or will he end up an abandoned ghostly bachelor like his grandfather? Find out approximately 5 minutes from now on the Artifact Recovery Corporation.
That's good. Pat.
My name is Pat, and I play Sir Bowie the Bodacious.
Woo!
Sir Bowie is a well-intentioned, loving, kind, energetic, and perhaps a little too enthusiastic. He struggled in school, opting instead to prefer the natural beauty of the outside worlds. Despite not being born in the Feywild, he longs to spend time there and experience the carefree and jovial nature of normal satyr life. Bowie is at a crossroads. He can live a carefree, irresponsible, and unproductive life, or suck it up and work for the man. But perhaps through Salasana, there is another way.
All right. My name is also Gage, and I will be playing Aramil, the 16-year-old now trapped in a 54-year-old elf's body after getting aged by a ghost, who has left his home of Geneva and joined up with Ark with hopes to return with so much money that he can lift his family out of poverty and possibly buy out the noble's business who put his family into poverty in the first place. And he has now discovered a new, we'll call it a hobby for now, in professional wrestling with his hero, Grask, and has now taken a level in Bard.
Speaking of, is it my turn?
It is long pause.
Yes. Hello, I'm Tagori. I play Long Paws, a Goliath Ranger with a thing for cats. I have my new best friend, Mare, courtesy of Bowie, who has basically become the most loved humanoid around, as far as Long Paws is concerned. She's, perfectly normal Goliath with, the curse of social anxiety. So, yeah, people problem. But, she, knows she can't spend all of her time in the library because she's already read all the books twice. So she needs to have money to buy more. Thus, she got a job with Ark and just hanging out with these weirdos.
Hi, I'm David. I'm playing Leopold Andrea. He is a cleric of Thormodin, specifically of the Order Domain. A noble by birth, but having lost his family estate due to a unforeseen circumstance, he has joined up with the local Ark franchise as a way to acquire enough wealth to return to the station in life to which he is accustomed. He has also recently taken on the position of franchise documenter due to a talent for legalese and some degree of shrewd business sense.
And I am Chris Oscar. I've already forgotten my job in the corporation, but it is okay. Because I'm pretty sure that is my job. And also making sure that no one breaks the sending stone. But that's not the point. I'm a wrestler of some renown, and I am using Ark in an effort to become a legendary traveler. And these people are pretty cool, so I think I'll stick around.
I'm the Mark Knight.
Back to you, Mark.
Okay. Thank you, Grask. Thank you.
It was a dramatic pause.
Sorry, I did not have a keen grasp on the situation.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
Help.
I'm sorry. The dad jokes. I apologize.
Help.
Are you okay? No. Are you okay, Aramil?
I failed my Constitution save.
Dead now. Thanks, Mark.
Oh, God.
Wow,
My name is the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this evening. When we last left our franchisees, they had just concluded Grask and Aramil's debut tag team match, the main event, victoriously against the Bear of Riverdam Raft and his partner, the dwarf known as whatever I put in my notes last time.
The Colossus.
The
Dwarven Terror.
The Bear of Riverdam Raft and the Colossus.
Keghart.
Keghart the Colossus.
Yes.
I know what my notes say. Having concluded the match victoriously, they collected their winnings of 500 gold apiece and returned with their fellows, showered in fireworks and champagne, to the Broken Battle Axe where they had been staying, only to discover that Sir Bowie's brother's band was playing on stage when they arrived. The night has gone on into a roaring revel of ridiculous debauchery. Grask has told the story of their victory at least 3 times throughout the evening. I don't know if he remembers telling it even one of those times. That's up to you, Chris.
No,
But-
he was absolutely shithoused.
But after their set, Lou has come down from the stage to greet his brother Bowie with both enthusiasm and subtly disguised sarcasm as well. All of you have found your way here. You've yet to reveal the other items that you got for a particular member of your party. And so you've gathered around the bar. People are jovial. And tell me what each of you are doing as the night unfolds. And
Aramil has
Go ahead.
Aramil's got like a raw steak nursing a black eye, and he's got a tiny, like pint-sized, almost like kid-sized flask of beer, and just like, oh, that was cool. That was really cool, guys. But I think the adrenaline's starting to wear off, and oh, everything hurts. And he's just gonna take a very slow sip.
Take now.
Grask, is it always like this after a match?
Sometimes it hurts even worse.
Oh no.
It's all right. Eventually, you can't tell the difference between new hurt and old hurt. You'll be fine.
Okay.
In Grask's opinion, this is a good thing.
It means you're becoming man.
And then I'll turn over to Lou and Bowie. So this is your brother?
Yeah. Hey, Lou, how's it going?
Yeah. Do you wanna take Lou for tonight? Because it's weird playing both interactions, but I'm gonna let you fly with it because you know Lou better than me at this point.
Brother, I'm sure you would love to know what I've been up to, Beauregard. Who are your friends? They're quite attractive, I see.
Called it.
The big one, the Goliath. Excuse
that
me,
is-
ma'am, do you have a name?
This is not what I expected.
It's long pause.
Oh, I would very much like to see you later. Or perhaps just your clothes on my bedroom floor.
Oh my god.
You can do my laundry. That's fine. Have a blast.
Oh, I'll do your hair too, honey.
Actually, that does sound like fun.
I'm gonna look at Bowie and go, actually, I'm gonna use Psychic Whispers real quick. Okay. I'll send out Psychic link to Bowie, Grask, Longpaws, Leo, and Pippin. And then I'll just say in Bowie's head, "Are you sure he's your brother? He doesn't act like you at all."
Yeah, this is Lou. He's he's my big brother. He's
Oh, he's the big brother. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Does he just hit on everything that moves? Because it's starting to look that way. Although I don't know if that's actually like hitting. I don't.
I mean, I don't know. Sorta, maybe, like.
You're so lucky you're specifying Bowie, because Longpaws might get offended otherwise.
Lou looks at you, Aramil, and says, "Sweetheart, if you've got something to say, you might as well say it out loud."
Wait. Oh boy. I'll look over at Lou. So do you just hit on everything that moves?
Hit on, I have no clue what you're speaking about.
Okay, maybe I need to have Bowie explain that to me again then.
Excuse me, waiter, yes, please. If you would like to join me later, there will be an after party, I'm sure.
I don't think my body can handle any more party. Like, that match was enough. Holy crap.
That sounds wonderful.
Yes, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is unable.
No, the flesh just hurts. It hurts a lot.
Right.
Ow. And then Aramil's just going to pass out.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does Lou look like in his rocker form?
He is the much better built, much more attractive, taller, lean, dark, and handsome version of Bowie.
He's probably like not wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
He's probably
Like,
wearing
he
the satyr equivalent of like leather pants.
What shade is he?
I don't think we've worked that out yet, but Bowie has red hair, so
Oh, he does?
probably yeah. He has
Oh, shit.
like an auburn,
Oh, okay.
auburn red. So I would
I
assume
assumed
that
it was brown.
it's a familial trait that Blue would also, at least to some extent, inherit.
Aramil has just passed out with a steak on his eye at the table.
Are you going to finish that, Aramil?
It's not even cooked. It's raw.
Well, we can get it. It doesn't change anything. You can always cook an uncooked steak.
Oh, wait. I'm an elf.
You don't sleep.
Never mind. Back it up.
You trance.
You can if you want to.
You can if you want to.
Well, I would think passing out isn't quite the same as sleeping.
That's true.
That's true.
I love the idea that you could get so drunk that you trance.
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure people do that.
But Aramil hasn't been getting drunk. He's been nursing the same, like, child-size cup. Like, he's got, like, a child's cup, almost like modern day it would have a lid on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
about
got
this big, about the size of my can of non-specific soda right here.
Yeah. He's got, like, an 8-ounce beer.
Yeah. Okay, so never mind. He doesn't pass out. So I'm just gonna... He passes out for a second, and then gets back up.
You guys haven't, presented him with the things yet.
No. I'm kind of wondering if he would want his cake and stuff if he feels miserable.
It might make him feel better.
So, I'm gonna look over at, basically everyone who's not Grask and just be like, so what happened with Rack?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have to play Lou anymore.
It's entertaining.
That's why I made you do it, and it was entertaining. Hats off to Lou. You get an inspiration point. You already have one.
Actually,
Oh, well, there you go.
He spent it in the
them all at
wrestling
our
match.
last wrestling.
yep.
That's right.
I think everybody spent all of their inspiration in the wrestling match. I don't think there's any left.
Nope,
I've
still
got
mine.
inspiration.
Oh, damn.
Well, some people got fresh inspiration, but we did spend several.
Oh. That season 1 finale was awesome.
It was.
So
Alright.
we're flashing back to Wreck, so that puts us standing outside a rundown, dingy dive bar tavern with a circus wagon outside, right?
Correct. That's exactly what it takes you to.
And, long pause. Think we found what we're looking for.
Right. Now we know where they are, so we can go back because we promised that we wouldn't fight without the other guys, right?
No. We're not gonna fight with them. But we should definitely have a conversation.
That's your job, not mine.
So it's what?
don't
Me,
do talking.
Leo, Aramis, or me, Leo, Pippin, and
Long pause.
oh god,
Plus one big kitty.
plus a big kitty. Does Big Kitty get a vibe that we're noticed? Because she can like smell people, right? So
Yes.
Sniff out. Kitty, sniff out the homeless people.
I think the homeless people might smell better than the people living in a bad circus tent.
No, you, she doesn't seem to be giving you a vibe of, like, you're being watched. Not at all.
Okay. So I guess Bowie will drag the 3 other unwitting members of Ark into this rundown shithole of an establishment to see what we can unearth.
Okay.
I mean, I can't be entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure this place isn't up to code.
Like, do buildings swear oaths or something? You know.
No, it's more the builder of a building.
Well, if they
has
would
to maintain
do
a certain degree of structural integrity, and several of these.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Wow,
people without
stores
codes
look-
do have no integrity, I agree. But, like, do buildings take codes of honor or something like that? Or
If they would definitely be buildings that are stuck to the ground and not one with wheels.
that makes sense. Can't see anything, Mark.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
Hey, if we're in the dark, I'm hiding.
I know you are in the dark. You can continue to roleplay while I set up the map. That is fine.
So
Well, either way, long pause figures.
I'm gonna try to talk to these guys. I'm not real happy with them. They kind of like betrayed us again.
What outcome are you hoping for, Bowie?
I'm really hoping they just leave my friends alone. And I mean, you guys are my friends, so I guess that means leave us alone. I would prefer if they didn't make everything we do way more difficult. Because I tried being nice, and I'm wondering if might be time to be not nice.
Okay. You have a goal. You go for your goal. I'm gonna go stand in the corner. And, yeah, just watch.
Sorry, give me 30 seconds. I am getting this all fixed.
So Leo, you don't really know these guys, but Rack are these dweebs who tried to steal our first job from us. And then Dot, who's really sweet by the way. Haven't seen her in like 3 weeks. Wow, that sucks. It's kind of like extended an offer to them, and I guess it didn't go so good based on them trying to steal our stuff this time. So, you know.
I think it is important that we enter into this giving them at least some degree of benefit of the doubt. We haven't received any concrete evidence that they were the ones who have attempted to steal the contracts from us. If we enter into the possibility that they are here to sincerely uphold the offer that has been made, that they wish to help us, I do not necessarily think it is the case, but we can at least entertain the notion.
I mean, that makes sense, but like, well, you know,
Bowie. Oh, you can continue.
okay. It's just Ackham's razor kit, you know. Like Dollar Shave Club. But it's like Gold Shave Club, you know. You can just like.
I do seem to recall another such razor, as it were. If it is Hanon's razor. And the saying goes as such that and do not attribute to malice what could be equally explained by stupidity. If these rack fellows
Like screwing
are
with us for the third time is pretty dumb. Not gonna lie.
if they are the dweebs that you have described them to be, and it strikes me that I don't actually know what that word means. I'm mostly going by context here, but I shall be beside you as we go to confront them.
Sense. Yeah. Maybe not destroy the tavern. Hopefully. As Bowie is like crossing the threshold as we like walk
Well, I
into
will-
this place.
I will do my best, but as I have previously stated, this place does not seem to be up to code. I crack that wall right there, the whole thing would fall down. I can guarantee it.
Oh yeah, doesn't look like a great place.
Looking for the thief.
There's this tiny part of Longpaws that's really tempted to take a hammer and see if he's right. But the smarter part of her knows she shouldn't do that.
Who's in this bar?
The bar.
Describe that bar.
Let's there's a bunch of dwarves. They look like mostly, miners and just like laborers, you know what I mean? For the most part. There's some very memorable fellows in the far back corner at the long table in the back. The bar is run down. The floors are dirty. The tables are rickety. The sconces on the walls hold candles because the chandeliers that are hanging from the ceiling look like, given too much pressure, they might fall out of the ceiling at any given moment. There are you can't tell if there are things that scurry in the dark when you look in certain directions, but if they're not afraid to come out here when there's the noise of people eating and drinking and laughing raucously, then that can tell you what kind of place that this is.
Yes. As I approach their table, I will attempt to grab a chair from a nearby table, and I'm going to sit down backwards on it with the back of the chair facing them and straddling it.
They all kind of look at you when you do so with a, like, so the druid kind of has their tankard raised halfway to their mouth when you sit down, and they just kind of like look at you sideways, and the
Wow, that's not the one I want. I want this one. I think that's the one. I think that'll do it.
that's fine. I'm just gonna put some dwarves around.
Okay.
Anybody else think there's,
What's that?
does anybody else think there's a few too many of the same person in this room?
Oh, they're just shield dwarves.
That is very racist of you to say that all dwarves look the same.
All dwarves are the same.
Well, you gotta admit, if the hair color's not different from my height, they do kind of look the same.
Somebody that can identify somebody by the part in their hair.
Just kind of making it clear that this place is not empty. But yeah. The necromancer, when you sit down, kind of scooches away from you a little bit. The thief, like, does a spit take as you sit down. The fighter,
To them. Hey guys, long time no harass, right?
the fighter just looks over at you when you sit down, and the previously dubbed cool guy is like leaning back in his chair when you come over with his arms folded, just kind of leaning and watching like the rest of the party. And when you sit down, he just kind of glances in your direction and rolls his eyes.
Directly at the thief, because I've seen Aramil use this spell, or at least what I suspect has gone on. Huh. We haven't been formally introduced, but I know you. You're Richard. Yeah, you're Richard Cranium. Huh. I've heard all about you, dick. Well, dickhead. Is there any response to this?
Real quick, Aramil was able to confirm that this guy may be some sort of arcane trickster because he recognized the trick from some of his
Yes.
Friends.
orphan buddies.
What?
Oh. I must be mistaken. What are the odds we all end up completely across the world, just, hanging out being buds, and then one of my real good friends catching somebody trying to steal from us? Boy, that hasn't come up in the past, now has it? Dick. I'm gonna ask you one time. Don't mess with my friends anymore. We let you go at the bridge. We sent our emissary, I think that's the word, Dick, to try to play nice with you. This is the third time. There will not be a fourth.
The paladin of their group finally kind of sits up, pulls his chair in, and leans around the necromancer to look you in the eyes and just says, "I don't like what you're insinuating."
Me either. Let us alone. This is your final warning.
I think it's rather rude of you to level accusations against my friend here. Did you see him try to take anything from you?
So, Bowie, I do have to agree that he does have something of a point. So how about I help settle the matter? I will cast a zone of truth, and then we will ask the question. And Leopold steps up and makes a gesture and casts zone of truth over the table. Now,
They kind of all look at each other really quick, like you see the glances.
they
pass
do need to
among
make
them.
charisma saving throws if they want to resist it.
Yeah. If they...
What's your spell save DC?
15.
I have advantage on this check. 29.
Fine.
I can be as deceitful as I'd like.
It's a what? A charisma save?
Correct. Technically, if they lob anything at you, Leo, you have my charisma modifier, which is 3, as a heads up. You're within range.
How did you get +9?
Because I'm proficient in charisma saving throws, and I have my charisma again to all saves.
That's right.
You have expertise in charisma saving throws, essentially?
No, I have correct expertise in charisma saving throws.
Surprisingly enough, the druid resists the spell, but everyone else fails. We didn't agree to this.
Is that the druid speaking?
No, that was the paladin.
This doesn't look like you got a choice.
No, they have a choice. If you are upset that I have cast the spell on you without your consent, you can simply say nothing. We will take it as a sign of guilt. But you can say nothing.
How convenient of you.
It's a lot like showing up at the wrong side of a bridge. You know, you should, like, waited till we got to the other side of the bridge. Oh, never mind.
Well, if you're going to ask your questions, ask them.
Mess with my friends.
Did we mess with your friends? We've messed with your friends in the past, yes.
Have you done so since arriving in Dragonguard Keep?
I haven't.
Has any member of your party, to your knowledge, done so since arriving in Dragonguard Keep? And Leopold's looking very pointedly at the thief.
I did nothing to the person of any one of your friends.
I'm going to have Mare tell Mare to come up. And I want Mare to place her paws and her head on top of the druid. Ha! What? Cat got your tongue?
Now, it does strike me that you are choosing your words very carefully while under the effect of this particular spell, so allow me to clarify the specific point. Have you attempted to steal documents that belong to my person? as the documenter of the artifact recovery franchise based out of the above.
Wouldn't technically belong to him if he is the documenter. So, like, I realized they were stealing from Pippin, but there are his documents.
Longclaws.
Yeah, Longclaws, excuse me. Put bear on the table.
The thief says nothing.
And it strikes me that we are perhaps hitting upon that point that I made, that sometimes, while using this particular spell, a silence can be an indication of guilt. So I have one other question for you. You were contacted by the majordomo of our franchise, whose name is Dot, and made an offer of mutual cooperation. Have you considered it?
The paladin says, "We've looked it over.
Well, I suppose that gives us an indication of what your answer will be.
Well,
In future, it
your
might help.
major domo sent over the job that you were willing to offer to us, and one sounded like a dangerous shit show that would have gotten us all killed, which seems a little bit less cooperative than one might think, and two, we figured that if you were offering us shit like that, you're probably keeping the good jobs for yourselves."
Glad we've all come to an agreement here. This is your last warning. Don't fuck with my friends.
It has been a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you every luck in your future endeavors that are not ours. Is that understood?
The paladin casts Dispel Magic upon your zone of truth and locks eyes with you, Leopold, and says, "Leave."
You have added a big bonus to this roll.
Yes. You need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Plus some extra. 25.
The command spell fizzles as you resist it.
Now that was ever so rude of you. And also rather ineffective. Perhaps I should show you how it's done. And Leopold's going to stand up from his seat, take his shield, and present the emblem of Thormodin and channel divinity for orders demand. And basically just yell like the demand of, "Drop what you are holding."
Can you put that in the chat for me, please?
That was scary as fuck.
It's funny because I was like getting ready for their wizard to counterspell whatever you were about to do, and then you used a channel divinity. It was amazing.
Oh, no. No counterspell for you.
Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you until the end of your next turn or until the charmed creature takes damage. Okay, so they're charmed by you.
I'm basically doing the cop thing. I'm a cop. Drop what you're holding.
Yeah.
Although you need to be a different class for that. So Mare, I'm assuming, basically has their druid grappled, effectively.
Oh, she's just resting her head.
Yeah, but she's a big kitty, and this is a halfling.
When they all
This is a
roll
large-sized kitty, and this is a small-sized halfling.
Right.
when
It's like
when they
you're
all roll,
guarding your mousy toy, but you're not actually like actively holding on to it. You just have
Hang on,
it there
Pippin's
where you can
trying to do a
grab it
thing.
right away.
Go ahead, Pippin.
whenever they finish rolling, and whenever whoever drops whatever, I want to see if they drop anything interesting.
Well,
That rolls.
they're all just sitting at the table like they were drinking and things like that. So like,
I genuinely just want it to be that they all have to drop their drink and spill it all over themselves.
yeah. What is your DC?
15.
Okay, then every one of them drops what they're drinking, and it just a whole bunch of goblets of beer or wine slamming into the table and spill beer everywhere.
Even the druid.
Whoa. Party foul.
Yeah, everyone failed. Although the paladin wasn't holding anything, so he didn't drop anything. But the rest of them all dropped their drinks, spilling it everywhere.
Terribly sorry about that. Here, let me buy you another round. I'll root around in my pocket and take out a fistful of coins. And Bowie, because you would be there, you would probably notice these are electrum pieces.
An electrum is not commonly used in in
No.
Oregon anymore.
It's still legal, kinda, but I'm gonna drop basically that pile of coins on the table, and then sort of like turn on my heel and with my nose in the air, walk off.
So Electrum's basically the $2 bill of Oregon.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yep. A much more a much more valuable $2 bill, but yes.
Adios, my dudes. Hope we meet under better circumstances next time. But we will leave.
Okay. So you spend some time telling the events that have unfolded here to Aramil as he is holding the stake over his eyes. How does the story finish? Transition from the events that just happened in character to you telling a story, essentially.
I had to get that nasty beer off of Mare. It was not nice.
Well, I mean, she does hang out with me, right? So.
Yeah, but you don't spill it all over her.
I am dreadfully
Well, yeah,
sorry
but
about that.
I
I really probably should have thought that through a little more than I did. He frustrated me, attempting to circumvent my own will.
Oh wow, guys, that's Woo! Well, you made a statement. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, Bowie seemed a little irritated. It was kind of odd.
Yeah, I've never seen you like that, Bowie. That was.
I just don't like I don't like people hurting my friends.
I guess the only thing I'm kind of worried about now is we sent a message, but did we send a big enough one? What if they take this as just a big slap in the face like the other times we dealt with them, and now they're just gonna go out for full revenge, you know? Like now they're just gonna hunt us down like they're bounty hunters and we're wanted criminals. I've read those stories. It doesn't end well for the criminals.
But we're not criminals.
I know, Grass, but they're gonna hunt us like, what's the saying? hunt us like dogs?
Who
That's
hunts
what I'm-
dogs? It's horrible.
No, frogs! They hunt us like frogs! You know, because they, like, jump over stuff, and they're hard to find.
Either
I get
way,
it.
We're fine.
Lou interjects and says, as much as you're trying, the dogs are the ones doing the hunting, not the ones being
Oh,
hunted.
they're the dogs.
Oh.
I get it. Thank you, Dandy Man.
They're gonna hound you the way that I'm going to hound you after the party's over.
Oh.
No, your brother
That's
is
what that means.
weird.
But yeah, that's I mean, I don't know, maybe Leo, I didn't even know you could like that whatever you did with your shield that you were talking about where you just made them drop all their drinks, like maybe that's enough. Maybe that does spook them.
Where I come from, we call it a party foul. But for the story, I'll
Really?
let it slide.
I'm just worried that like we've tried to, have peaceful meetings with them. I'm worried that the next one is only going to end one of two ways.
I give Aramil a big slap on the back.
Ow!
Not to worry, Aramil. There is nothing to worry about. If these people come after us, then we deal with it. It's not that difficult. It's just like fighting in the ring. Sometimes you get a grudge match, and then it's even better when you make them regret their life decisions.
I
So-
just don't
I saw that, Mark, as a heads up.
I just don't want it to be the last thing they regret, is what I'm saying.
Oh no, we won't kill them. That would be illegal.
I just worried that
Here in the city.
after a certain point we're not going to have a choice. It's either going to be them or us.
Aramil, let me tell you something I found out a long time ago. You always have the choice whether or not to kill someone. Strong mercy. I'll tell you what my papa told me. Mercy is a trait only the strong can.
Okay. If you're sure.
I am. Trust me on this. Alright? Don't you worry about the thing. Just, again, you never answered my question. Are you going to finish the steak, or are you just going to marinate it on your...
Oh, here, take it, and I'll mage hand it to Grask.
At this point, does someone bring the cake and gifts out to
If
the
it is
table?
not too much
Actually,
trouble,
I wanted
Pippin, if
to
you
know.
could prestidigitate the meat juice off of Aramil's eye, I just worry about E. coli.
Oh, God, that's gross.
I'm going to cook it. What is wrong with you people? You think I'm some sort of savage?
No, no.
I'll just
no.
grab.
I'd like him back to go.
Hey! Food! Cook it!
Tig, your volume is very low. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, nice. How do I fix
Yeah.
that?
Sorry about that, Tig. I didn't mean to yell over you.
That's fine. I just need to figure out what's wrong with my volume.
I think you just need to move your mic a little closer to your face.
That work?
A little better.
Anyway, I whipped this uncooked steak across the tavern.
A waiter, a bartender behind the bar catches it with a flourish, like cocktail style, and brings it back into the kitchen to get cooked.
I don't know. Did you see that? I knew we picked it right.
That was insane. I'll just take like the corner of my cloak that I wear, and I'll just bring it up to my eye and just like dab it off a little bit.
I can hit you in the other eye and make you even.
No.
Okay.
Pippin, what are you
I
doing
mean,
during this
I could
frivolity?
also just... 1 second. I'm going to cast Healing Word and just like... ooze the black eye
Okay.
away.
Pippin, what are you doing during all this frivolity? You've been a little quiet.
I think Pippin, he's going to celebrate a little bit. He's going to drink, but he's also kind of he's both sulking and feeling inspired. So he's going to this whole time tinker with a necklace, and he's going to occasionally glance up at Leopold. He's not trying to be stealthy about it, but it's not like he's making it apparent.
Gotcha.
You hear a as a drink is slowly slid towards you.
Long pause. What were you gonna say?
Long pause is trying to figure out how to talk the party into going back to the room
Ah,
because.
I did not eat her. I did not.
But you know, there's
Oh, hi, Mark.
there's what? Oh, there's got it.
they're people. How do you make people do things without like giving away secrets?
I mean, in my experience, I invoke the power of Thormodin. That seems to work.
Was that a question out loud?
No, that was a
No.
rhetorical internal monologue.
Got it.
Yeah.
Pippin, there's a drink slid in your direction by Grask. And Leo, you notice that Pippin is working on something kind of quietly, maybe sipping a drink that he's had, and keeps glancing in your direction.
I must say, Pippin, that is quite exquisite work that you are doing. I mean, I had to learn a little of the forges while I was training to be a priest of Thormodin, and I never had much talent for it. I can keep weapons in working order, but that's about it. But this, it's exquisite. What are you working on?
I just show it to you, and it's a replica. It's not finished, but it's a replica of your clockwork necklace.
Oh.
I'm making my own, essentially.
Very cool.
You are a very quiet guy, Pippin.
This isn't really my scene, you see. I do enjoy it, don't get me wrong, but I try to keep my hands busy at most times.
No, I had figured as much. Is when we hit our jet on the way here, I had kind of pegged you for a more one-on-one kind of person. If you guys aren't comfortable, I'm comfortable basically anyway. We can go up to my suite and relax after a long day. And it sounds like it was a productive one, at least from a intimidate the failure idiot crew that we are apparently rivals with sort of sense.
Well, hang on, before we go. Pippin and Leo, didn't you guys say? Didn't you say you were headed to like a library or an archive?
No, that's tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow. Never mind.
Yeah, I would probably have Leopold just sort of, when he notices the clockwork amulet that Pippin is working on, just sort of go, I didn't make this one myself. It was a gift to me when I graduated, took my vows. They are typically produced here in the forge at the Temple of Thormodin, if you wanted some tips from a master craftsman. I was intending to visit the temple before we left the city, if you would be okay tagging along with me while I visited the archives.
Oh, are these sacred in any way? Is this some sort of sacrilege?
They, and Leopold has this moment of, like, doubt and concern as he explains, I belong to an order within an order, I suppose you could call it. A certain faction of priests dedicated to Thormodin who are dedicated to understanding the design. It is Thormodin himself who built the world, and we try to understand the blueprint, I suppose you could call it, that he used. And there's a dimension of law and order, a place of pure mathematics, and that is the realm from which this amulet draws its energy. I am not the smartest of my order, but I have spent some time studying the mysteries, trying to puzzle them out. I have not had the chance to speak to anybody of the order in many years. Perhaps I will see if the old quarters still exists. It has been so very long since I was last in the city.
Can everybody else hear this conversation, or is this something like Pippin and Leo are like whispering about over at the bar?
I don't think they're sequestered anywhere.
Yeah, no, like everyone's at the table. It would be,
Okay.
it's just a little bit raucous and noisy, but you'd still probably be able to hear.
Yeah,
So.
it's a full partying bar. Like you guys are all at a table together. Imagine if you were, out at a busy bar and sharing drinks with a group of friends. Like if one turns to another and starts talking, you might catch bits and pieces of the conversation, but you might be having your own conversation as well, right? So that's what you.
I'll look over at Leo and go, a full dimension of math. So are you talking about how there's like a line is one dimension, and then like a triangle is like two, and then like I've seen people draw like 3D stuff like cubes, like that kind of dimension?
It is more the more complex field of mathematics, the sort of underlying principles of how things fit together. So triangles, for example, follow the same base formula, and I was never very good at remembering which way round it goes. So
We all fit together pretty good, so are we a bunch of math nerds now, or?
I have always wanted to be math nerd. It is like dream come true. Victory number 9 for Grask.
And that's an inspiration point.
I forgot about the petty wins.
Wait, you already have one.
No,
Leo.
he does not.
No.
So-
That was for Grask. The number not victory number 9. Petty.
Yeah.
If this is a place where like there's explanations for everything that fits together, or there's a formula for things that fit, do you think there's a formula that explains my powers?
it's possible as such. And the idea is that it is the dimensions, the metrics, the measures, everything that exists was put here for a reason and a purpose. These powers that you have, they are in some way a reflection of the underlying principles of how Arden was created, so it would be possible. I do not know if any member of the Order has dedicated themselves to the field of, what did you call it? Psionics?
Yes, that's what they're called.
If you wanted, Aramel, you could visit the temple with us as well, and we could see if there is anybody who knows a bit more about your abilities.
I mean, I'll have to see how I'm feeling in the morning. I'm probably going to be really sore tomorrow. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, gosh, I feel like ever since we, like, arrived at Woodhaven, I've just been looking for answers, you know? Oh, man, is this what adventuring's like? You just have so many questions and never the answers?
Isn't it wonderful?
Kinda, yeah, actually. But it's like, I just... like Pippin's magic comes from, Pippin studied that stuff while he was in school, You and Bowie get your spells and crazy making people drop their drinks powers through your faith and your belief in yourself. I mean, Longpaws gets hers, from being very sneaky and lots of practice with a bow. Like, holy crap. Where did you find the time to get that good with your bow? Like, that's insane.
If you avoid people, there's a lot of free time.
No, that makes sense.
Surprised you didn't make that rogue a pincushion again this time.
There were people there. I'm not going to. Besides, you know, if I wanted to bring the building down, I would have tried hitting that wall that Leopold mentioned.
And then, Grask, his power is his, winning personality and bulging muscles.
Two ingredients that never fail me.
Agreed, and then there's me. I can just do crazy crap with my brain.
Well, so can Pippin. He just does it a different way.
Yeah, but his has like explanations. Like there's people who like, Pippin, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't really go to magic school, but like you have people who like just study magic all day, every day, just trying to figure out how like spells that we already know exist, like figure out how they work. Like fundamentally.
There are some lucky individuals who are just born with powers, and no one really knows where they come from.
Oh.
Do you mean like sorcerers? I wanted to be
yes.
a sorcerer. I wanted to be a sorcerer when I was very little. But
Sorry,
I do not have the powers.
I'll refresh everyone's drinks. And Leopold stands up from the
Thank
table.
you. Make mine a double, Leopold, please.
Oh, two. Oh, definitely two here.
Yes.
Double the double.
Get him to go, and we could go back to the room.
Oh, it's a long pause. You're a genius. We can just have one of the manservants bring them up.
Oh, that's a
what
good
they
plan.
get paid for.
The couch actually sounds really nice right now. My back hurts.
Long pause. I know you really didn't want to beforehand, but could you please come up and share the room with me? I don't want to sleep alone after what happened today.
Okay, after we all go back to the main room.
Oh,
Pippin,
okay.
do you want to sleep with me, buddy? It will be fun.
There's a little joke in here where, well, I'd love to sleep with any of you.
Oh, shut up, Lou.
Look, if you come up to our room, as long as you be cool, you can hang out with us.
I prefer when you come to me.
Yeah, but he's got the suite, not you.
Does he, though, darling?
Yeah, he does. Because I was in there already.
I'm gonna send a message to Bowie and just be like, Bowie, I don't like your brother.
Oh, why not?
Come on, Lou. We are going to be great friends, and you know you do not have a choice. And I am going to scoop Lou up and start walking up to the suite. We're gonna get to know Bowie's brother real fucking quick.
I would assume
well,
that as you
Longpop
attempt,
is, sneaking ahead.
Yeah, if he allows me.
I am assuming that if you try to pick Lou up, things will go very poorly for you.
Well, depends on how he's picking him up, probably.
Well, I basically say, Lou, you can come hang out with us up, or you can find other prospects.
Well, that shouldn't be too terribly difficult. There are plenty of beautiful people here.
Yeah, go find other prospects. We're not the mine you're looking for.
Oh, but you could be the mind that I'm looking for.
No, I really can't. You'd be arrested.
He's going through puberty, so
Still 16 in his head.
Everyone. Let's have the
17.
I'm gonna throw coins at the bartenders and be like, drinks up in my suite.
Longpaws is going to scurry ahead so that she can make sure everything is still the way she left it.
Yeah, if you do that, the Longpaws, you scurry up. Everything is there, ready to go, as you had prepared it. Grask, the bartenders take your coin and are ready to bring up whatever it is you order without a problem.
Awesome. Real quick, how much did we win?
I said you won 500 gold each.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I thought you said we won $5.
Yeah,
That was what
but when I was doing the introduction to the adventure and I was talking about you guys at the party, I said you won 500 gold each.
In
I know,
Oregon, dollar
'cause-
means 100 gold pieces.
Yes, that's right.
I just counted.
Confirmed. Confirmed.
Aramil's eyes lit up when I said that. Actually,
Oh.
yeah, you have more gold than you've ever had in your life. Well, you've probably ever had in your life, Aramil.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, when Aramil's parents like weren't below the line, they were still only probably like middle class ish. So this is still middle class for like, you know, medieval times. So this is still like way more money than Aramil's ever had at one point in his life ever. Just straight up.
He's never carried bags of gold.
Budget.
It's like it's like when you give a 6-year-old $100 bill. They're just like,
Blows their mind.
yeah, it's like they got a
No,
gift
when
from
you give a
God.
6-year-old a $20 bill that can do that.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
true.
So I go ahead and I toss him 12. That should take care of any drinks that we order.
Okay. To the big room. And we shall sleep.
Okay.
But I believe there is a surprise waiting in the big room.
There
when we get
is. You head up to the big room, and Longpaws, what exactly does he find when they arrive?
Well, fortunately, they're all horribly noisy.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I can make sure to like light the candle just before they come in, and so there's, you know, the cake with candles just lit for Aramil's birthday and stuff, and the wand of pyrotechnics being made use of.
Yeah,
And just, you know, like the random like decorations that you can like find by like strips of cloth or whatever just done around the room for the it's your birthday, and a nicely bundled package all wrapped up all pretty like it's like a fabric wrapped package, you know, it's just black with like, I'm actually borrowing Mayor's bow tie to like put a bow around it, sitting
Aw.
next to the cake, and so that he can come in and see its birthday party with cake. Very important cake.
So as we're walking down the hallway, oh man, guys, that match was insane. Grass, this has been a great day. We're gonna have to try and get more matches in the few. And he opens the door and just like, oh, what the? Who's this for?
You dummy. Happy birthday, bud.
Oh,
Happy birthday! Drinks!
you guys.
Oh, I already have one. Sorry, my dear.
Blow out the candles. We don't want wax in the cake.
Oh, okay. There's one big ol' solid breath and just. Whew.
And there's a gift there for you, waiting as well.
Oh, you guys didn't have to do this. This is like,
No, I'm pretty sure we did. It's a requirement. Birthdays must have cake.
Who put you guys up to this? It was Bowie, wasn't it?
I believe the cake was
Oh,
my
I
idea.
like you, bud, but
Everybody
this is more Long
contributed.
Paw's idea.
And yeah,
Yes, I believe it was the Goliath's idea.
Oh, long pause. And Leo, you got the cake?
I just find cakes always nice to celebrate an occasion, and it seemed like a good precedent to set. Birthday, if we have the availability, we should celebrate it together as a team.
Oh. And Aramil's just getting like very lightly like watery eyes, just kind of misty eyes just billowing up at the bottom of his little eyes. And he's gonna sit down. And he's gonna pull up. There's it's the fabric wrap package and the wand, or is the wand for something else?
No, the wand is making pyrotechnics in the room.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah. There's like fireworks going off in the room.
Yep. Full-size fireworks in a very medium-sized room.
Ah! Oh! Ow! Ow! My
That's
ears!
why I posted
Fine,
it as a heads up.
I cleared it. I cleared it with the fire warden.
Of course you did.
Whoa, what did you say, Pat? I didn't hear you.
Posted that joke in the fucking Twitch chat. For
Oh.
fucking bootleg fireworks.
Oh God.
Okay, I'll grab the fabric wrapped bundle and just like look at it for a second, and then just paper shredder my way through the wrapping paper.
Mhm.
Not the
And then you find there's nothing inside.
This is a good prank.
Oh, that tracks. I could see that.
And
Oh,
you're supposed to shake out the wrapping. And then the cloak billows.
oh.
nice.
I'll just throw it on over my other cloak because I haven't taken it off yet. Wait, so what is it?
Billows on
And
its own.
Oh, this is the best birthday ever.
Yes. Oh, this is fantastic. Now do you have?
Wait a sec, hold
Excellent.
still.
Huh?
Wait where the cloak clasps on his cloak.
Mhm.
Bowie is going to pull out a staff and poke him. And suddenly the head of a sunflower.
Like a real sunflower.
Yes.
The staff of flowers.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they bought that.
Yes, our snack machine.
Oh. So is it like it's like part of the? Is it just part of the clasp now, or?
It's the top of the clasp at this point.
It's like
Oh,
grew out of it.
wonderful.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love it. I'll real quick take off the cloak of billowing, toss the other cape off, and it's just so I'm wearing just one, and clip it on with my two sunflower clasps. Oh, this is so cool. I'm totally wearing this in the next wrestling match, just so everybody knows.
Uh,
It's kind of the idea.
Cake is divided up, drinks are provided, and you continue the celebration of Aramil's birthday until everyone at one point or another either passes out somewhere public or makes their way to their bed.
Tiguri, before you go, thanks for the code.
You requested it. It is my job to provide. Plus, it looks
Yes.
kind of cool.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You have a good night.
Might Rask.
And I'm gonna make sure that I mean Armel goes into a trance, right?
Yep. It's
Okay.
between a trance and just like full on hardcore sleeping. So he's kind of like got this. Like he every time he's got like a snore in his trance.
Sausage toddler effect.
Yeah, kinda basically. So he's
I'll go ahead.
trancing, but he's also like having just a real hard time, just not just straight up passing out.
Well, I put a pillow next to him in case he.
And yeah, the celebration continues, and as I said, until everybody finds their place to rest. Pippin, that clockwork necklace, is that an infusion you can make now to create
Yes.
something like that?
It's just a replicate magic item.
Ah, okay, very neat. So you spend the time. You were spending time working on that. That's awesome. And why don't we? You'll get a long rest. We'll take a break here, and then you can tell me what you're all up to as you head out into the city of Dragonguard Keep the following day. All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll be right back.
Woo!
Woo!
Got a little
My cat smashed my candy bar.
Aw.
I was more worried that I was being too much. I can't
did
hear
you
you,
get-
Mark.
And we're back.
We're back.
Did you decide
We're
if
back.
you wanted
Yeah.
the thrown weapon still, Bowie?
That's up to you. That is entirely up to you. I will. It is your class. It is your boon. If you wish to distribute it to me, I will make good use of it. I do enjoy being able to use thrown weapons, but man, I've got a staff that makes flowers now that I can.
You do. It's so Bowie. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not as good as the spear, but like, because it's not a +1. But
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Well,
you
since-
can make it a +1.
Since I kind of moved
how?
towards spell casting, I'm gonna take it away. Unfortunately.
no, that's fair. It's fine.
Didn't Pippin make your spear into a +1 weapon?
Yes, but he can't make my staff into a +1 weapon because my staff is not a thrown weapon.
Ah, okay,
Yes,
understood. Hey
and
everybody.
it was really more about being a magical weapon.
While
which
we're
the staff
back, since we're back, I just want to show off this little guy. I've been showing it off every stream, but Justin, who plays Felix in our Saturday game, sent me this.
Kerr, he plays Kerr.
Yes, Justin plays Kerr in our Saturday game. Painted this for me. And it looks super professional and amazing. Look at the base, guys.
Yeah, that's cool.
Holy
Yes,
crap!
and he painted that dragon as well. He's amazing. He does awesome,
he is.
awesome work. He's only getting better. Like the detail on this thing is crazy and ridiculous. You can check out more of his stuff and better detailed pictures of both the dragon and this here beholder on our Discord channel, community creations area. Come check it out. Take a look at his stuff. He did say he might be open to doing commissions in the near future. So if you are interested in that, you could talk to him on the Discord server. Don't hound him, but asking if he's open to it might be something that will get you a positive response. Like I said, he does great work, and yeah, at the very least, you should come check it out and compliment him and encourage him to continue doing what he's doing, because this is absolutely incredible.
Hi, baby.
That is insane.
Yeah. If you go on the Discord channel and you look at the actual pictures of it, like the detail is nuts. It's nuts. So
There are so many goddamn cats in your freaking camera.
yeah,
You are under attack.
yeah, there are so many cats right now.
It's a Tig magic item. It's just instead of summoning flumps, it just summons spectral kittens.
Spectral kitties.
It's like conjure woodland beasts, right?
She just has
It would be conjure
Hunter
household
game
beasts.
room kittens.
Yeah.
Would it just be a wand of catastrophe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That works.
Totally. Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Or just long pauses. Catastrophe of Kittens. It's a first level spell. Summons a swarm of kittens.
Summons 1d6 kittens.
Oh, there you
Mark
go.
was trying to meme, but it's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I'm not
actually,
even mad.
I wanted to kill Strahd in our Strahd game by finding some way to make him smell like tuna juice, and then just summoning all the local cats.
It's like a chicken in Legend of Zelda. When you beat the crap out of it, all of its friends come after you.
Yes,
But with cats.
but with cats.
All right.
Hey, cats are good against undead things. They can see ghosts and stuff.
So, the next morning, as you are waking up from your various levels of hangover or not, Leopold, I believe you wanted to head to the Temple of Thormodin with Pippin.
Yeah, so Leopold would probably wake up bright and early, and presumably Bowie is significantly like more. Actually, do satyrs get hungover? They don't, do they?
He doesn't
Satyrs
because he's got.
can.
Bowie does not.
Bowie does
Satyr
not.
paladins
Because of the divine health.
because you've got that strong sunflower blood running in your veins.
Exactly.
Something like that. Yeah.
Sunflower bud is actually just thickened alcohol. That's all it really is.
Yeah, it's emulsified alcohol.
Yeah, impossible to get drunk if you're, or hungover if you're constantly drunk.
Yeah, see?
And Leopold would basically just check in with Bowie and say like, hey, you know, I was gonna head downstairs and order breakfast. Do you want me to have anything sent up to the room for you?
I might just tag along. Like,
Okay. And as they were sort of like walking down to head into the kitchen, they just put an order in. Leopold's just gonna sort of go, your brother is personable, I suppose would be.
yeah, he's like super good with the ladies, you know.
I do have to say that your own brand of bright energy is preferable, at least in my eyes.
Oh no, Lou's okay.
I will take your word for it. You know him better than I do. It
Yeah,
just,
I mean, he's pretty good. Oh,
it had me
you
right
know,
thinking about my own family a little, and just when Pippin brought up sorcerers, my sister, she was a sorceress.
what do you mean was? What happened? Can we fix it? Hey, like, there's lots of ways to fix that stuff, dude.
In time, it is possible for clerics to bring those they love back from the dead, but it has been a long time, and I get the impression that Brunhilde would not wish to return.
Whoa, why not? I mean, you're pretty rad.
I am the last member of my family. I am the last member of the Andra line. Why would she wish to return to this world?
Well, to hang out with us. Duh. Like, we're always having a good time.
And this is what I meant by your bright spirit, Bowie. I'm getting maudlin, and it is not. It is not a day to do so. We have.
Where'd you get the cool, weird coins at? I don't think I've ever seen one of those before.
Yes, they're not very common anymore. They were when I received them.
Like, did you get them like last year or something?
It feels that way. If I am to, everyone should hear it. When we reach the temple, I will explain. It is about time you will learn the truth.
Who are you taking to the temple with you?
I'm going, but before we leave, I want to talk to Long Paws.
Okay.
And I assume this is in our room.
If I don't manage to sneak out before you wake up, yes.
Oh, well, I'm an early bird, so. Long Paws. Leopold and I, we planned on going to the Temple of Thormodin today, but we also had some business to take care of with Thrapen, the dwarf. And I was wondering if you could handle it, actually. Because it's business that involves the our future storage of goods. That's right up your alley, isn't it?
You talking about arranging for possible transport usage or whatever?
Oh, right. In exchange for bringing Thrape in here, I convinced him to provide us with storage for when we go to the nickel key cutters. House.
Sorry, small cat explosion.
What happened?
No clue, but somebody
Kittens.
startled somebody and they just skittered.
Exploding kittens.
Great
It
game.
sounded like someone just dropped a bunch of marbles.
That's cat claws going. Shh. Okay. Well, what do we need to store? I don't actually know of anything we really need to store here unless you're thinking we can't get the wagon all the way to the cottage, and I figured we could.
Well, not store things here. It's just when we go to the nickel key cutter place, I figured we're going to need a little bit more carrying capacity than what we already had.
So, like renting, borrowing his wagon to help us tote things back?
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can do the logistics of that, but there's that whole talking part.
Oh, I see. Well,
Can I borrow Bowie or something, too?
well, I'm sure he would love to tag along. As long as you ask with enough exuberance.
Right. Yeah, I really hope Bowie doesn't require that.
Well, in that case, I'm going to start packing for the temple.
Remember? Leopold had panic attacks when talking about that, so he'd take a paper bag or something along?
That's a good idea. I'm not sure how to use a paper bag on a someone who's having a panic attack, but I'm sure I can figure it out.
It's actually pretty simple. You give it to them and you tell them to hold it over their mouth while they huff and puff and freak out.
Oh, that sounds very dangerous, actually.
No, as long as you don't light it on fire or anything, it's not.
Okay. Well, thanks for the advice.
So as people are like coming out of the rooms, Aramil shows up very late to breakfast, and is like coming down, and he's gone from like walking with his normal speed to kind of walking like a geriatric as he kind of limps his way down the stairs.
He's got that day
To the dining
after soreness, huh?
Yep.
Is the cloak billowing dramatically as he like shuffles along?
Yeah, it totally is. Every now and again with my bonus action, I just take like 5 steps. Hey, are you guys... Oh.
Yeah.
Are you guys still going to the temple? And can I still come with? Oh, jeez.
I think at this point it's just Bowie and Leopold that are downstairs. Longpaws and Pippin we're having a conversation up in the rooms.
You are welcome, of course, to come with us. But I think first, some breakfast and some orange juice. We'll like grab a pitcher and like pour a glass for you and just like.
Yeah, I want Aramil to come down at some point when everyone's together. If that's,
okay. That's fine.
If that's even going to
Graf
happen.
Never gets up.
Yeah, unless Graf.
Well, I was waiting
up.
for everybody else to say what they were doing before I said what I was doing.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were snoring.
No, that was just to try and be funny.
Right.
It worked.
Sorry.
Thanks, Leo. Oh, jeez. Chloe, have you ever been this sore before? Oh, it's like, you ever had that soreness? It's like, Ev. Jesus. Here goes
Never
my lamp.
experienced that. No.
That soreness that's like everywhere. You know what I'm
This
talking?
one time, Mr. Hand made me take this test, and didn't go so good.
Oh, I feel so stiff. I feel like a plank. He's just gonna like slowly do like some head rolls, try and ease out the kinks in his neck. That's all I'm doing while we wait for Grask.
Okay.
Grask comes downstairs. You see him putting the finishing touches on lacing up his mask. And he gives you guys a nice wave and a smile as he leaves.
Grask?
Oh, hey. Oh, later, dude.
Yes, Aramil. What is it?
Where are you going?
I'm headed to the temple.
Oh. I think,
sorry, it's for personal business.
well, I mean, we might run into you. We're gonna head that way after we eat. But if we don't, good luck. Hang on, one second. I need to check psychic whispers. No, it's only for an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Grask.
You take care of everybody while I'm gone. You watch out for them, yes?
Yeah, I can do that.
Wonderful.
What was that, Pat? You didn't. Nothing came through.
It's like herding cats.
You all head. Well, Grask, you head to the temple first while they are having breakfast.
Yes.
What are you doing? The temple of you arrive at the temple of Thorman, and I'm assuming that's the temple you're headed to.
Yes, correct.
Okay. What are you doing at the temple?
I am trying to. I gotta double look. I gotta double check, but the spell. I'm trying to find a someone capable of casting a spell for me.
What spell?
Sending.
Okay.
It's a third level spell.
It is. Sure.
I mean,
Yeah. I think it's more that Grask is not ready to. I think this is a private matter for Grask. You head to the Temple of Thormodin, and you do find the clerics there are not. It's not like you walk in and there's like a sanctuary where there's some old priest like fussing about the place.
Mark,
can-
your camera's out of focus.
That's weird. Focus. Come on. This is the day I've had.
It happens, dude.
Close enough.
Okay. Maybe it'll figure it out. It'll try. It's autofocus. It'll get it eventually. You head to the Temple of Thormodin. See? There it is. That just whatever. And you can hear hammers falling and work being done when you arrive, when you get close. The place is a vast, tall building with a big opening in the face of it in the shape of Thormodin's hammer, and you can see the red glow of forges within. The sanctuary, the actual sanctuary of the place, is warm, and there is this rhythmic thumping of the forges being worked. You easily find a priest there who would be willing to cast the sending spell for you. Who are
Yes,
you?
hello. I have a painting. It's a small, but it should. Her name is Patricia. Are you able to? It's been a while since I have asked someone to communicate for me to her. I have a feeling she wouldn't want to talk to me anyway, but it's very important that I reach her. Can you do it?
Let me see the portrait.
And so it's a folded piece of fabric,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not it's a gesso painting, so it's a little crumbly, but the paint has stained the actual fabric itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's of a smiling half-orc girl with red skin and a dorky bowl cut with dark black hair, and her skin's not like reddish, or her skin's like, we'll say like autumn leaf color. It's like a red orange, and she's got a big, in the picture she's missing a tooth. She's probably like 7 in the picture.
Mm-hmm. The priest.
I know I know it's a bit old, but that is what she used to look like.
The
And
priest. Go ahead.
I also know what I would like you to say. I think there is a word limit, correct?
Yes. Short message. 25 words.
Okay. Patty Pumpkin, it's Papa. Happy birthday. You'll be glad to know I'm not doing the wrestling thing full time anymore. I got a job helping recover ancient artifacts. I hope to see you soon. And that's it.
The priest says the necessary or performs the necessary magics to send your message across Orden. And after a few moments says, the recipient sends no reply.
Can you tell that it got to her?
I believe it did.
Okay. That will... What's the damage? What do I owe you?
I can tell you that in a second. Um, 75 gold.
I hand it over with no disagreement whatsoever. It seems fair.
Okay. He thanks you and says, you've put in work in this regard, and perhaps it will result in something in the future.
Thank you, Father. I just hope that she's eating well and that she's all right. You have a nice day.
Good luck to you. May Thormodin bless your work.
Thank you.
The rest of you arrive at the temple shortly after this. As I've described... Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say that Pippin has... When he said packed up earlier to Long Pause, he literally packed up all of his artificer tools. So he's got like a huge backpack on him now. Along with bubbles in the back.
Don't you have a bag of holding?
No.
Oh.
Nope. You arrive at the temple. It is in again, it's in the craftsman's district of the city, and you can see the smoke billowing out of the cutout of the huge hammer that is in the front of the temple.
Whoa. That's a big hammer. Are they all making stuff in there? Is that what that sound is? That just I'll turn to Leo and go, is this what the priests of Thormodin do? They craft stuff as a living?
Thormodin is the father of craftsmen, so any cleric worth his salt who follows him is at least trained in the ability to craft in some format. Most choose smith work, it being practical and useful. It is the skill that I acquired. I am not nearly to the standards of the dwarves here. They have far longer to learn to truly master the craft. But yes, most of the clerics here are working. Some of them will be novices and initiates and apprentices learning the trade. Some will be master craftsmen who will produce such things, such beauty as you have never seen. It is astonishing, really.
Leo, you said somebody could help me with this amulet. I also have a couple of other projects I'm working on. Who could help with this?
I suppose we would need to ask. As I said, it's been a little while since I've been here in the city. So any of the fathers here at the temple who are focused on the forge. There may even be a few who are familiar with artificery, even though it is not their trade, who might be able to assist you. And I will have to ask if the order yet exists. The order I told you about, they are the ones who first developed the clockwork amulets, and so if it is one that you wish to produce, they would probably be the best equipped to assist you. As for myself, I have told you all that there is a document down in the archives that I need to acquire.
Yeah.
And then you had a panic
The
attack.
documentation of my time while I served at this temple.
Oh, in and out, no problem, right?
You want your old employment records?
It's it will be deep in the archives. I graduated and became an ordained priest of Thormodin in the year 1395.
And what year is it now?
1826.
Look rather.
That's
look very
like
much.
a really long time ago. Are you
spent
sure it
mo-
wasn't like 18? No, that doesn't work neither.
I spent much of the intervening centuries that have passed since then as a statue. I was
What?
petrified by a monster that I encountered in my travels. And I
Wait.
remained a statue in a cave in the mountains above Ironstone Hall until I was discovered by the Artifact Recovery Corporation, who were able to restore me to myself.
What? So
And
you were in a cave for 400 years?
I don't really remember much of it. I was semi-conscious, I guess would be the best way to describe it. I couldn't feel or see. It was just like being adrift in a void. And I found since then that I'm not overly fond of dark and cramped places, and that was I was hoping that you would accompany me down into the archives. It's not the most open of spaces.
Oh. Wait, so were you adventuring like kind of like we are when you got stoned?
My mother,
uh,
she ran an adventurous guild, finest in the empire, and I assisted with expeditions. My skills as a cleric were of use. We were exploring the mountains. She had a lot of interest in the wastes to the north, and had made contact with some of the Goliath tribes who lived high in the peaks, who were helpful in guiding us. An associate by the name of Valafar was the one who led me into the cave, where I encountered a mating pair of basilisks. And the only thing that I can think is that it must be part of the design. Thormodin would not have led me there if there were not a reason why I would need it here and now.
But I don't like how are you you were a rock for 400 years, so how are you still like alive? I mean, I know elves can live a really, really long time, but
Near as I can tell, I stopped aging. I stopped any
Oh.
form of biological function in the time that I was petrified. It was not easy adjusting after the Greater Restoration spell was cast. It took me many months. Nordak was very helpful at the corporation in Ironstone Hall, helping me to acclimatize and adjust to learn of everything that had happened in the time that I was dead to the world.
Whoa. Pippin, does that I mean, you're pretty smart. Does that sound like petrification to you? It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just like this is really hard to like get my brain around, and I'm turning to the smart brain now.
Basilisks, if I'm correct, they typically turn their victims to stone in order to essentially refrigerate them for when they're hungry. But it seems they use this one more out of defense rather than offense.
So they just stoned him and then left?
He was literally frozen in time.
A rock, but not to roll.
Oh, God damn it.
Leo, if can
do
I see
appreciate
your
the
amulet?
comments, But and Leopold's gonna like take off the amulet and like pass it over and just go like it has been several months since I have returned to this world, and in that time I think I have heard every single rock pun possible, but I do encourage you to come up with as many
It's
as you
like
can.
real sad.
I think it helps to maintain a sense of perspective.
I mean, don't say that to Bowie. He will take it as a personal challenge.
Too late.
As I said, I have to believe that Thornton intended for me to be here, and I hope
Hold on a
that I have
second.
found my purpose here with you, that I will be of help to you.
You got any of them funny coins left?
A handful. Those I had on me.
Huh. You're like a cleric
you
of Thormodon too, right? So like Bowie will take his gold coin like shawl, I guess is what it technically is, off.
Mm-hmm.
Think you could replace a couple of mine with yours? You're like crafty, right?
I suppose I could. I mostly do weaponsmithing and a little armor smithing. I can't promise that it would look pretty, but I can get it done. And Leopold's gonna like look down at the like, sort of handful of coins that he's got and sort of recognize there's enough here for you all to take one, if you wish. One for Grask too, of course, as a symbol of how much your acceptance and friendship has meant to me these past few weeks.
I mean, yeah. Come on. Hand it over.
Oh, you want to weave it into my thing?
I think we will ask permission to borrow the forges and see if we can find somebody to answer Pippin's questions.
No, when I asked for your amulet, I kind of snatched it from you, and then I dipped it into bubbles. And so when I pull it out, it now radiates light in a 5-foot radius, but it radiates light. And I
Oh,
hand it
that's
back.
cool.
Very nice.
It is very thoughtful. I do
Longpaws is
understand
with
that
us, right?
having a human in the party who doesn't have dark vision can be a little troubling. Thank you.
I don't think you're the only one. Longpaws, you can't see in the dark, right?
I can see in the dark. I'm a gloom
Oh,
Yeah,
I
she's a
can.
good talker.
that's right. I
But
forgot.
otherwise, no, I'd be blind as a bat. But so Leo, why do you need your old records?
I am.
Sometimes it helps to know where you've been to know where you're going, right?
I am the last Andra. We were thought extinct. The barony that belonged to my father. I don't think it even exists anymore now that the empire has collapsed, but having some recognition of who I was, where I came from, might help me. I know that it will take acquiring a hefty amount of gold, but if I can rebuild my ancestral estate, I feel that I should.
Aramil's gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
This isn't just your personal records. You're like after your family records.
It documents who I was, the family that I came from.
Oh,
Technically speaking, it disinherits me of the title. That was very much the reason that my father requested that I take the vows. My brother was the rightful claimant. And then...
Wait, so your dad made you become a cleric because your brother was next in line?
My brother had the rightful claim. He is older. My father simply wished to find me a stable and solid occupation, and also conveniently make it so that I would have no ability to challenge my brother when our father died. More for him,
Why would
that the old man would
Never
outlive
heard of
him.
having a spare?
But why would you becoming a cleric disinherit you? I mean, like being a cleric's like a noble thing, isn't it? Devoting your stuff, devoting your life to a faith, and I mean, you heal people, you help people. Like that should make you more in line, shouldn't it?
It supersedes was the notion of the empire. To be serving the gods is a far higher calling than to be serving the people. And so you can't have both.
And do they have some kind of plan for if something unfortunate would happen to a brother that you could undevote so that, you could play the role of spare?
No, that would be my younger brother. He was the spare.
Oh, so there were 3.
3.
Well, 4. You mentioned a sister.
Yes.
How many kids were there in your house?
The 4 of us. It is quite literally ancient history. The empire on which all of these laws dictated no longer exists. As Bowie said, it is a memento, a reminder of who I am and where I came from and what I wish to reclaim.
And you're sure there's no more relatives, or there's just no more official lineage relatives?
You strike me, Longpaws, as somebody who is well read. You have a propensity for books. Does the year 1414 have any particular bearing in your memory?
I don't know. Does it?
Give me a history roll. What is the year? Why are you asking about the year 1414 in particular?
The year 1414 was the year in which every member of my family except my mother died.
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm gonna check some notes.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But,
I apparently know nothing about that year.
you might know the most basic information about that year, which is that
Roll a nat
was
1
yeah, but
for the
still,
year.
It's exactly what I thought it was.
yeah, yes, it is the year that
Having that
there was
history.
a major war against an undead army that year of history. So Long Pause may not be familiar with that specific date, but with the war and may not be making the connection, and that's why where the 1 comes in. However, if anybody is proficient with history who is there, they would know that automatically that it was the uprising of Enan Volkmar's dread horde of undead, which almost collapsed the empire.
Okay.
Real quick, as we start heading towards the archive, Aramil's gonna reach into his pouch where he put his winnings from the wrestling match. He's gonna put it in another bag, and I'm going to try and actually no, I'm just gonna walk up to Leo. I'll use Mage Hand to like tap him on the shoulder, and then just in my hands basically hold out 100 gold coins to him. You gotta start rebuilding somewhere, right?
You told me that a noble has almost ruined your family. I do not wish to be like him. I appreciate the gesture, but you need it too. You earned that. That is gold that the mental murderer rightfully earned.
But I
We
think
will-
you must understand. The noble took everything from my family. In a kind of roundabout way, you're helping my family. Not all nobles are bad, Leo.
Well, you said that they have to start somewhere. 1-for-1 trade. And Leo will take a single gold piece from the pile that you have offered in exchange for the 1 electrum piece that he gave to you. I will treasure it. Thank you.
I'll put it back.
Well, I'm assuming somebody explained about the year 1414 to those of us who were not making the connection.
I don't know. Has Pippin?
Yes, I definitely would have.
Okay.
So, may I just point out that wars are excellent times for confusion and records to be lost. I mean, you have nieces and nephews and stuff. Like before you got stoned. That sounds really wrong.
Really right, but
What was that?
or like really right, but you know.
Leo, nieces, nephews, third cousins, any of that stuff?
A few distant relations as such. It's based on the information I was able to obtain. Recognizing, of course, as you said, that this is several hundred years after. But it seems that many of the old noble families were rendered extinct in that time. A great many
Yeah,
people.
but sometimes, at least with like kids and stuff, they get separated. People don't know. You could still actually have blood relatives. Maybe there's some magic that could find them before you give up all hope of having blood relatives. And if not, I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's totally
Bowie would make
possible.
you a blood brother or something.
Like, I've got even spells that can, like, find things. So there's gotta be spells that can find people.
It is not something that I had considered, but it does seem a valid and worthy point. It is unlikely that I will have children of my own. Seems rather
Well, why
foolhardy
not?
to go to
Not
all the
allowed?
trouble of building. I am not entirely attracted to people of the female persuasion.
Oh.
This may be the reason why I was not the
Hey, Mark.
heir.
Mark, question.
Yes.
He said he's not attracted to things of the female persuasion. I know lots about the Feywilds and things that are weird and strange. No, hold on. I have a point to this.
Okay.
Tell me what Bowie might know of things that are not bound to one form.
I mean, there are shapeshifters in the Feywild. There's also shapeshifters in Oregon.
Yes, but is it possible for one of them to get pregnant by a...
Are there any that can go both ways? And
Yes.
not and reproductively speaking.
Yes.
Mystique and Destiny this shit and get ourselves a Nightcrawler.
I mean, like, that's a question I'm asking out of character. Like, is that something that Bowie would know of? I mean,
Probably, yeah.
obviously there's-
I would say that that's probably possible, sure. Would Bowie know of it? You've spent 0 time in the Feywild, and your
That's
parents
fair.
didn't really talk about it.
Sure,
So
that's why I asked.
Bowie can believe that that's probably possible based on things he's heard about the Feywild. But I don't know if he would. I don't know if he would know. He could like.
You're right, like... Well, like, you know... Like, sometimes, like, the, male thing guards the nest, you know, Leo? So, like, there's a lid for every pot, right? Then there's a key for every door, because why would you make a door that it's got a keyhole but you can't, like, unlock?
Always the eloquent Bowie.
Master of words. And I mean, you know, if you don't find anybody like what Bowie's saying, I mean, you could always adopt. I know some kids back home who looking for a family.
You've been walking down into the archives. When you first walked in, you presented your holy symbol to one of the priests, and you are absolutely welcome to utilize the temple as any cleric of Thormodin would. And so you've been walking down into the archives as you've been having this conversation. The group of you have. The archives are down below, like built into the mountain itself. So the halls are narrow only because, or they're squat, right? The ceilings are squat. Like
Oh, so
those
I'm
of you,
ducking.
like long pause, you would have to probably, like, you would instinctively duck even if the ceiling wasn't low enough that you would have to. It would just feel like it was, because these archives are made for are built to dwarven standards. So they're built tall enough that taller folk can move through them, but only just barely. And the rows are big enough that, like, one person can move through it comfortably, and 2 people would have to, like, sidestep to get around each other. But
Probably
there's just what's that?
probably not a lot of Goliath clerics to Thormiton. So
Not here,
Not this
anyway.
temple.
Um,
But we raid the card catalog.
it is literally rows upon rows of scroll cases that just go, like, when you enter the room, there's just a long walkway and then rows upon rows of them. Not like a library where things kind of like have an aesthetic feel to it, but just like these long stretches of straight lines that go from one end of this to the other. Yeah, they're just these racks and racks of thoroughly and meticulously organized and well kept scrolls.
I call searching on the bottom 2 rows.
So, do you think they sort alphabetically or
chronologically,
Need a
Leopold?
librarian
They are definitely
and or
chronological.
card catalog.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. If you'd have told me we were looking for something, I could have got this spell ready, Leo.
I think if you looked for a scroll, you'd find plenty.
No, like, if you've got a thing you're looking for, if you can describe it, there's magic that can help you find it pretty easy.
Right. But I'd be surprised if the magic can tell the difference between that scroll and that scroll.
I mean, maybe, but like, I can't link it in D&D Beyond. But describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the direction to the object's location, as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you.
So if it was specifically Leopold, if you specifically searched for Leopold's
History.
records, then it would
Yes.
lead you to that specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
But is there a librarian or card catalog?
There is an archivist,
Yes.
but there's not. This is not like a library. This is records. This is just
It's the same principle.
records in chronological order.
Oh,
No.
somebody's never been in the basement of a courthouse before.
No, sorry, I'm thinking of the Historical Society's archives.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, this
Those
is
are
much
usually
more,
actually organized.
Yeah.
Well, if you know how to read a card catalog, they are, but otherwise,
This is much more
Oh.
like a municipal archive, right?
Things.
What's that?
Courthouse records type things.
Yeah.
And they're really, really, really old.
But this is an archive of the church's history and the the priests and things that have been built here and accomplished, and everything here is related to the Temple of Thormodin in some way, shape, or form. But everything is meticulously organized and is kept, like, the archivist is selected by the previous archivist at a young age for a dwarf, like apprenticed as soon as they become a priest of Thormodin, or an acolyte of Thormodin. Like, when they are an apprentice and they enter into the service of Thormodin, there is one that shows a prospect that is selected by the previous archivist, and they train with that archivist from that point until the archivist dies, which can be like a couple hundred years. And in this way, the priests of Thormodin make sure that from one archivist to the next, everything is kept in the same particular way, in the same particular order, because it is literally indoctrinated into them to do it this particular way for like 100 years straight before the next archivist takes over. And because of that, finding your records is not a matter of searching. You can know exactly where they are based on the year, date that you would have graduated from your apprenticeship into a journeyman cleric. And it would be in the exact same place that it was in when you left the temple. It would not have moved or been hidden. But you have the moral support of moving through this god-awful place of these archives from the friends around you. The archives are built down, meaning that the oldest records are here, and every time they need to make room for more, construction starts on a new floor below it. And they just keep going down further and further every time they need a new floor for holding records.
So we don't even have to walk that far.
What's that?
So we don't even have to walk as far.
It's true. But the temple is a couple of thousand years old. But there are centuries worth of information on each floor. And so you can make your way several floors down, deeper and deeper into the base of the mountain, until you find Leo's records in the archives.
Holy crap, Leo. This place is huge. Like, I mean, huger than out... Well, huge seems to be a going theme here with this temple, but, holy Thormodin.
Leo, if you make me go down any more steps, I'm gonna need to go get shod.
Well, just look at it this way, Bowie. You'll have the fun of walking back up all those stairs in a moment.
Oh!
Oh, wow.
And one of the things you probably would have noticed is that, like, at occasional moments, Leopold has stopped and had to physically cast heroism on himself to keep going.
Oh, crap. I actually wanted to do something for that. If you'll let me, David.
Yep, no worries.
As we start heading down, excuse me, sorry. Aramil will tap your shoulders, or tap your shoulder, and use Psychic Whispers, and just link up with everybody, because why not? There's no reason not to.
Sure.
But he says in your head, Leo, hey, start freaking out. Just, I got your back. I'm right here. Just start beaming those freaky thoughts to me, and just let it out. And we can keep going. Aramil's basically offering himself as a verbal pillow to punch.
It is considerate of you. It is knowing that you can speak to me, even in my head. It helps. It's not all darkness and silence and stillness if I can hear a friend's voice.
And I'll just start lightly humming a little lullaby that my mom used to sing to me when I was really young as we make our way down.
Leo,
In his head.
you find your records that show your date of entrance into the temple.
Specifically, Leopold was like first introduced to the temple on the spring equinox. Spent several years training and graduated on the fall equinox. Because days that are of perfect length between day and night are like perfect balance and order, and so they are considered holy days, or at least were in the time of the Empire for Thormodin.
Makes sense.
Wow.
It does.
Especially... Oh, there's other lore reasons that make perfect sense, too.
This goes so deep and I have no idea.
Hey, Mark, what's the Vernal Equinox?
The Vernal Equinox?
Yes.
It's the
It's the longest day of the year.
Yes, it is.
But one of the things that maybe Leopold would be sharing with Aramil is just like the stories that his mother had told him that were very much from like the Thormodin style tradition that tell like the story of how the gods built the world, and then each of Orad and Thondra's children made one of like the primary races. Like humans were made by Orad, and that Thormodin carved the dwarves out of stone and iron and breathed life into them, and that it's like this wandering, meandering storytelling, like how orcs came to be because Morrigan wanted things that could fight to entertain her, and that the lizard folk came about from Krakadon because he wanted beings that could sustain and survive the storms, and that Robin created the halflings to be full of merriment and mischief, and that initially Nadara didn't really care about creating like people. They had like the trees and the animals, and then Robin created the notion of seasons to play a trick on Nadara, to take all these lovely green leaves and turn them brown and make them rot and make them fall. And Nadara, mournful, scooped up the first fall leaves that ever came and shaped them and breathed them life and created the elves, so that they would be like the trees themselves, long-lasting and growing, and shedding and growing and changing and evolving over time, but lasting longer than any of the other races that had been made.
They
And
didn't
then
tell me
Leopold's
that,
also going to
Woodhaven.
acknowledge that, like, it's bullshit, by the way. It's human propaganda. I learned that as one of the first things when I joined the temple. The dwarves don't have that story, and if Thormodin made them, you would think that they would have that story. But I think the Empire had a problem with the elves, and it was very much a story that was about that they had their place in the forests, and that's where they should stay. And
Yeah, I did some. This was before we met you, but there's an elf home not too far from Deer Bluff called Woodhaven, where we got the a job to go to Oakhold. I spent some time there. I did a little bit of reading. I heard about the elf and human issues. It's just really hard to get my head around, I guess. Because I don't understand why my people hate humans so much, but I grew up in a city where I'm the only high elf besides my parents that I know in Geneva. Like,
I suppose my point is that I don't really have the answers that you're looking for, but I will help you to seek them, however you think will be best. Whoever might know about your psionic abilities or your elven lineage, we will seek answers together, and we will recover artifacts, and we will become incredibly wealthy, and you will help your family, and I will honor the memory of mine.
I like this plan. So was that whole, just real quick, was that whole like him telling the story, was that through their
Telepathically, just having that to focus on, to like be like not worrying so much about it being dark and cramped and crowded, and instead just sharing.
Okay, yeah.
Sharing racist human-centric anecdotes from his.
You gather the documents and head out of the archives. The long hall back up several flights of drab stone stairs. Yes, Aaron?
as we're heading up, can I do an investigation check? Just like kind of like filing through as we go to see if I can find anything about psionics in these archives? Or
Yeah,
would that even exist here?
give me an investigation roll, and I think it's going to be at disadvantage because of the sheer size of the place.
Gotcha. Got to remember how to use.
Control click.
Oh, right. Well,
Wow.
Well,
That's
there
not
you go.
bad.
You are sifting through. Just kind of like picking scrolls at random and reading them. And you happen to luck upon a investigative report by one of the journeyman priests that spoke of someone who was able to communicate and manipulate things with their thoughts. They are it was deemed by them this person was deemed by them to be not a danger to anyone, not something to be considered a threat, and not some kind of activity that might be dangerous. That it was simply a manifestation of the mind or the magic of Oridon, of Oridon that had not been seen before, and was merely a curiosity that was better left to be studied by those who care about such things.
Huh. Well, that's a start, and I'll just roll it up and put it back.
You get the feeling that your hand was guided to this particular document by more than merely chance.
So Leo, you got your records? Says we're headed back up the stairs.
I do. Leopold Andrea of the Andrea family, of the barony, of Red Barrow. And like I said, it no longer exists, but one day it might again.
Pippin, I believe you had someone in the temple that you wanted to seek out at Leopold's suggestion as well.
Yes. As soon as I find out that Leopold finds what he's looking for, I turn tail and start running back up the stairs because I am very eager to finish my artifice projects.
Okay. The first floor of the temple has the like the living space of the dwarves, and also has the main sanctuary of the temple. But then above it are the workshops, and the first being the workshop of the tinkerers directly above. Each floor up is subsequently more involved forge work. The hottest and most active forges being at the very top of the temple, where the smoke can billow out up and out of the peak of the mountain itself. And so, where are you? What are you looking for in particular?
I think Pippin's gonna go to the very first person he sees that looks like they can work a forge, and then just instantly, like, without even introducing myself, I'm gonna unload on him like blueprints and like questions and material components. Because what I want this to be is me like finalizing my infusions,
Mm-hmm.
the necklace and the other thing.
So you start. There's a every dwarf here and every person here. It looks like they could work a forge. And so you get up to the tinker's floor, and there are forges on the tinker's floor. They're just smaller ones, right? And there is there's a clerk. The first thing you come to is a clerk, and then there's the workroom floor, right? And the clerk is sitting there, and you come in and you just start unloading blueprints onto his desk and talking rapidly, pointing things out, taking things out of your bag, and he's like, slow down, one at a time. What do you want with all of this stuff?
Well, I started already constructing this amulet, which I know that you're familiar with. And then also, I want to make this thing fly, and I hold up bubbles.
Is that a black pudding?
Yes, but she's friendly.
May I?
Sure.
He begins examining the casing. Flight, you say? Mechanically, you mean?
Yes, I don't think black puddings can fly in any sense of the word.
If you throw it, I guess.
Oh, please don't.
He hands it back to you. I believe we have some tinker space, and perhaps a couple of journeymen who might be able to help you with things like this. And yes, the amulet. I am familiar with it. It is something we make here. It seems you've gone most of the way on your own. He looks at the amulet. Let me find you someone who can help you get to work on these things.
Perfect. Thank you.
And he introduces you to a journeyman priest. Let's see, give you a name.
Turns out it's Thrapin again.
Yeah, it's just Thrapin. That's the name of every dwarf in Dragonguard Keep. Didn't you know that?
Got very unlucky on the dwarf name generator.
Yes, it's just there. It's always Thrapin.
I just like the idea that Thrapin has to like hold down two jobs.
You mean to tell me it's Thrapin the whole way down? Always has been.
God.
You gotta save your ammo for the Saturday game. You're gonna run out.
No, I'm not.
I know.
He introduces you to a brother Holgren. A journeyman priest who is a tinker and smith, and who would be happy to help you to finish the work that you have started.
Perfect.
They take you over to a workspace that has a couple of desks with every tool you can possibly think to need, and a small forge. And yeah, you set to work on making bubbles, float through the air.
I love that your homunculus is just bubbles with wings. That is so great. Just a little.
She'll get a proper introduction.
Okay.
I think. Let's see. It is 10:40, and I know that Tig needs to get things get to bed at a decent hour for work. So why don't we wind it down and
I
think
just
that's a good
quickly
place to
do a
stop.
Smith Tools roll to see if I can attach the Electrum piece to Bowie's
Yes,
armor
of
for
course
him.
you may. Of course you may.
Do it. What is Smith Tool's proficiency in strength? Something?
Depends. It can be strength. It can be intelligence. It really depends on what.
I
he's
think it
trying to
just
do.
depends on how. If it's something more like fine work, it would be dexterity. But if it's something more, I think you could use. Yeah. Ooh.
Why don't you go ahead and roll that with advantage?
Okay.
I would like to
Acceptable
not break.
use.
I would like to not break my cool cloak thing. Has been something I've had.
That's
Somebody-
much better.
That's a lot
There.
better. I've got an
Perfect
Electrum
use.
piece.
Yes, you do.
Bitches.
So we'll draw it to a close here. This was a very Leopold adventure, but we haven't really had a Leopold-centric adventure yet.
You finally know my effing backstory.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. That is not
Yeah.
what I thought it was going to be at all. I couldn't have called that in a million years.
Yeah.
I got a little suspicious when we were at the statue of Selosana and you were like, "Hey, can I use this ancient lore background feature?" And I was like, "What background is that? That's not one I know."
It's homebrew is what it is.
I don't know where I got the notion, but I was pretty sure that was the case. But I'm not sure what gave me the idea that that's what had happened to you. Unless it was your very aptly panic attacks.
Well, again, the thing you need to remember is that Long Pause asked before Leopold had that panic attack, "Hey, when were you last in the city?" And it's like 500 years ago.
Right.
Hank Hill. Cue the Hank Hill.
Yeah, but I had the notion that you were stoned or something, so I'm thinking there was some other panic attack or something that like gave me that
It's
idea.
when we were building the can after the demon attack, there was that moment of Leopold just like freaking out, just clutching this piece of stone. The blue
No,
screen
that
of
might have
death.
been it.
Isn't it? But yeah, because I definitely had the notion that it was going to be you were petrified at some point. Wasn't
Yeah.
expecting quite that length of time, but
Work was really good.
Well,
Your
it looks like I
foreshadowing was
know
good.
what a basilisk is.
So we'll start with Pippin. Favorite Pippin moment tonight, sir?
I can't decide between creating a copy of Leopold's clockwork necklace or describing what a basilisk does to its victims.
Oh,
Long pause bunk with him for no well-explained reason.
he hung out next to me timidly in the tavern, so
go Quiet Squad.
Yeah. Mine was definitely the replicating the amulet, and I think something I really enjoy about the way you're playing Pippin is what you literally just did at the end of the session there, where you role play out your infusions.
Yes.
Like, I love that because I played an Artificer for a little bit. I'm finally going to be able to start playing them again in a new game, and that was like I had never thought of it like that. I don't know why. It seems so obvious now, right? But it's like the way we treated it while I played briefly was just like, oh, I wake up tomorrow. Oh, I have a bag of holding. Just like no explanation, no nothing, and it's like, this is how I'm going to start doing my infusions in this next game where I'm playing a gnome artificer. So that's like one of my favorite parts about Pippin is the creation of the infusions rather than just waking up one day and being like, oh, look at these new toys I have, guys.
Yeah, I really appreciated when Leopold basically explained that like he doesn't want to be down there in the dark on his own, and Pippin was just like, "Can I borrow your amulet for a second?" Magical tinkering.
That was cool. Yeah.
Then handed it back.
It has a use, I swear to God.
Yeah, that was very much the boss quietly making everything work.
Really, really far away. Long pause.
Yeah, your mic's like
really far away.
Yeah, the cats kept playing with it.
Oh, there you go.
Very good.
But
I think I really enjoy, and this is kind of like a testament to you as a player, Gage, but I really enjoy every piece that you are in the game, and I frequently wish you would inject yourself more into the game. But maybe that would make the things you do like a little less special. But I really, every time you open your mouth, I was like, God, could this guy be a less awesome role player? He makes me look so bad.
I don't know. Lou was rather entertaining.
I can see why Mark pushed him off to you.
Yeah, he's like, guys, he just, yeah, it's not a big deal.
What about you, Chris? Any favorite Pippin moments?
Yeah, if I could remember to unmute my mic.
Yo.
It just feels like Gage doesn't have to do a whole lot with the character to make his presence like both impactful and meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think that's really a testament to how good a player he is. So
Yep.
I think that's all very cool.
I would agree with that. Solidly.
Like I said, it makes me want more, but then I wonder if maybe more of it would just like
Water
like,
it down.
Is it like too much? Was it like too much of a good thing, right? Like, I don't know.
Pat, what was your favorite Bowie moment?
Point blank, getting to show everybody a side of Bowie that I don't think they realize existed.
You mean the "Don't Hurt My Friends"?
Like, no, it's not. Don't hurt my friends. It's don't fuck with my friends.
Angry
Yes,
Bowie.
Yeah, that was.
bad language.
Yeah.
I like for me, it's like I have like a little nest egg favorite moment with Bowie tonight. Like the whole interaction with Rack when Bowie like kicked it off. I was like, whoa, holy crap, is that still Bowie? And then when he made it a very point to basically almost punctuate every sentence, was like, oh, isn't that right, dick? Like that was probably my favorite part of that whole interaction.
Calling the same guy Dick like 5 times.
Yeah, using it like a period. I was just sitting there like, whoa.
Starting it off by calling him Richard Cranium, and then referring to him as Dickhead was wonderful.
Oh my god!
I
What, you didn't catch
understand now.
that?
No, I
didn't
didn't
either.
catch that at all.
As soon as
Oh,
he called
that's
him Richard, it was like, I know where this is going.
I got the Richard part, but I didn't get the cranium part. Oh, that makes it even better.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, that is some like that had layers, and I didn't even notice.
Layers.
It's like an onion.
Like an onion.
I
An
enjoyed
onion of insults.
I enjoy the yin and yang factor of that whole juxtaposition and the interactions between the party and the rack team. I thought that was pretty cool.
First time we have them on the back foot, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, not counting when they're dangling from bridges.
yeah, but that's different. Like, how do I put this? Like in storytelling, right? Your villains are typically who tell the story, right? And your players react to it. And in every scene that we've been with Rack, right? They tell the story and we react to it. But in this one, we told the story and they had to react to it for a change.
Uh-huh. That was good.
When I got to have that interaction with Bowie, waking up in the morning and having like Leopold getting lost in memories of his sister and going to like this really dark place, and then Bowie is like aptly named. He is Beauregard's sunflower. He's just bright, cheerful, optimistic, and just like wasn't letting Leopold wallow in it. Was just like, no, it's fine. Hey, look on the bright side. It's just one of the things I really appreciate about Bowie is that he does genuinely try to like keep everybody upbeat, positive, optimistic, functioning. You know, he recognizes when people are having a bad time and tries to help. Is really living that oath of the ancients.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was great too. Can building swear oaths?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was good.
Oh, that was pretty funny.
Aramil, your favorite moment for you?
Ooh, geez. Man. I think getting to play out the birthday party was a lot of fun. It was neat to, because when we set all that up, it was the week of my birthday, so it's weird kind of doing it retro. Yeah, it's
Almost
weird doing
exactly
it.
a month later, right? Because like your
My
birthday
birthday's
was
on the 8th.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's
Right,
really
and that's
fucking
Sunday.
close.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I thought I got to still keeping alive keeping the image of Aramil's still a kid. I think whenever I get the chance to do that, I always think it's a good time because I feel like I can use Aramil as kind of a reason to have an exposition dump that makes sense, since Aramil doesn't really know a whole lot because he's so young, and I really like having that opportunity.
Yeah. That's awesome. Other moments around the table?
I really liked Aramil having 500 gold pieces and just really getting across like how much money that is to him. And then that his first instinct on hearing Leopold's backstory was basically like, okay, I will take 1/5 of the winnings I earned and give it to you because you need it. And like that wasn't no, I hate the gesture. That was like Leopold genuinely would not accept that because he's like, I don't want to be taking from you, not because like I want to reject the gift, but because like I recognize that you earned that, you need it just as much as I do. And it was just a really sweet moment. I like any moment that gets across Arabelle, like he needs the money and he wants the money, but that's like not greed, it's sincerely like actual need for it that motivates him.
When the interaction between Aramil and Leopold happened, where Aramil gave Leo some gold to restart, essentially, I was screaming internally because I thought that was so good between both of you guys.
Agreed. Long pause. Tig, favorite long pause moment.
Oh. Talking back to the brother. Just because.
That was my favorite too.
I really liked the conversation that Pippin tried to have with Long Paws, and Long Paws like, so yeah, I can do that, but I need an assistant. Just
No,
that.
actually, I need a front. I need a
I
front.
need a friend. Yeah, I need an emotional support Bowie to get this deal done. Because like we all know that Long Paws can totally handle like the logistics and the math part of everything basically. But if it's gonna have to go through another humanoid, like someone needs to go, But
I like to think that when Grask was suggesting we go up to the suite and Long Pause and Tagori, your reaction in camera, I like to imagine that having been like Long Pause's actual physical reaction.
I mean
That's
yes.
good. Agreed.
They're
Same
Yeah,
thing.
Thank
Her
you.
sheer exasperation at like we have the surprise party planned up in the suite, and nobody's listening to me when I'm trying to shepherd people in that direction.
She didn't even know how to start the conversation.
Herding cats, everyone.
Yeah. How do you do it? You can't tell the person who's getting the prize, but you need the other people to like remember. Go.
Yeah, I think that I was going to suggest you could tell Mare to tell Bowie to start herding everybody upstairs.
That had crossed my mind, but it's like I'm still talking out loud at that point. So,
Once we get some downtime, you won't have to talk out loud to Mare.
Ooh,
yeah,
interesting.
downtime. That would be interesting. At some point, Mare and I are going to have a conversation about the fact that I love riding on you, but sometimes I wish you could ride on me, because when we're in the city, it'd just be so nice if you could just be up here guarding my face.
Hiding you from people.
Yeah.
We need to magically be able to reduce Mare down to tiny sized.
Yeah. Then we can take turns being ridden.
So would that make Mare a mitten?
David, favorite Leopold moment?
I feel kind of bad. I feel like I monopolized a lot of the session getting my backstory out, but I am so glad because now I can actually write my official character intro. Because now the base concept of the character is established.
No, don't do that. Then I have to actually get around to writing one.
I don't think you have anything to worry about the fact that there was a large chunk of time spent on Leo's backstory. Every game is going to have those moments where it focuses on one character or another for those types of reasons, and this just happened to be Leopold's week.
We all get our time.
Yeah.
I'm really glad it happened. Learning Leopold's backstory is so cool, but I think my favorite moment of the session is still when Leopold used his channel divinity to make Rack drop all their drinks, because it was like, oh, the lawyer's getting very, very mad. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I was sitting there listening to David say all that, and I was like, oh.
See, for me, it was the first one, because it was like Leopold was able to read the situation where it was like, Bowie is confronting these people. Bowie doesn't confront anybody. Why? And he's like, well, we're going to find out why. And he's like, we're going to zone of truth these motherfuckers. And it's just like...
I thought it was going to be a very good cop, bad cop scenario, but it wasn't.
It was bad cop, worse cop.
A little bit.
Yep. For me, it was the story, the creation myth story that was a bunch of propaganda.
Adorable.
I thought that was really well done. it definitely drew you in to the way you were telling it, and then at the end you're like, but it was all bullshit. It really,
Yeah,
it was
that's
great.
exactly how
It was
Aramil probably reacted.
very well delivered.
Again, because I was thinking about it in terms of like, okay, I grew up in the Empire, and so there would be like, what would be like the Empire's doctrine that's mostly taught to the humans who benefit under the Empire system, and so it's that idea of like, okay, each of the gods created one of the different races, and Orad, who's like the most powerful and is the father of gods, made the humans because they're the best, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, what would each of the other ones be? And I was sitting there and like, well, okay, gnomes have the whole spell resistance thing, so that would make sense if they came from Vidian. So it was just all like neatly lined up.
It's very much reminiscent of the Elder Scrolls Unreliable Narrator.
Yeah.
That creation myth was probably my favorite part.
Yeah, mine too.
That was impressive.
Chris, favorite Grask moment?
Oh shoot, I don't know. Probably. Just getting to play Grask as a treat.
Come on, it was the message.
It was the sending.
Yeah,
Patty.
probably.
The fact
Patty.
that none of us know who Patty is yet, which is also super fun.
I think my favorite moment is, like, obviously it's related to the sending of the message, but the almost tangent, not tangential, that's not the right word. The
Tangible?
tangible kind of realization that I had anyway of Grask and Aramil when Grask, woke up and was just about to walk out, and then Aramil is the one who stopped him, and Grask tells him, "Hey, hold down the fort while I'm gone." Like, now that we know Grask has a kid out there somewhere who I guess doesn't want to talk to him, which is really sad. I don't know. I think it's like that kind of projection from Grask to Aramil, since Aramil's also really young, comparatively anyway.
It's like the sins of the father thing, right? Like,
yeah, because when you did it in game before the message, I didn't get it basically, and then it was after you sent the message, I was like, oh.
The part of the sending that got me, just for how much it contrasts with last session, is that Grass wanted to tell Patty, like, I'm not doing the wrestling thing full time anymore. That we've seen like how much that means to him and how much of a win it was for him to get to compete again and to win. And there's a part of him that's like, doing that full time is ruining my relationship with Patty. Possibly, because she didn't seem to like it. And so it's like, it's okay, I've got this job working for the Artifact Recovery Corporation. And it's like, is that better?
Well, if you don't know anything about us, we sound impressive.
Yeah.
I think my favorite thing about that whole scenario, because I really think that was the highlight of of Grask tonight. I mean, Grask is always great at a party, but I think the highlight of that, for me, besides the reveal, was the fact that Grask had to know that Leopold could have cast Sending for him and chose to go find somebody and keep it quiet.
Yeah, that was at first I was like, hey, maybe I could ask Leopold to send the message, and I was like, but part of Grask's growth as a character is he's so wrapped up in appearances because of his background as a professional, like gladiator, essentially. That he's not he's not really ready to tell people he's close to about his own personal failings. So that's why I like to have him go and spend, a not insignificant amount of money to get the message to who it needed to. And then I don't know if I did it, but the desperation that I hoped to add when when he asked if the priest knew whether or not she got it and if she's okay.
Oh yeah, the whole scene was very, very well done on your part. It told a lot of story in a very small moment, and I think it was fantastic. Some of your best role playing, my friend.
Thanks.
Well, I did not have to do a lot. You guys did all the heavy lifting tonight. But I don't know if there was anything that any favorite DM moments that stood out. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I've got a question for Bowie. Is Leo or not Leo? Is Lou supposed to be like kind of skeevy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Lou. He just uses sex to get what he wants. He's like famous, and just he is what happens when you don't realize, like, hedonism is okay, right? But like unfettered hedonism is like
gross.
not a good thing. Like, you have to know where the line is, and Lou just uses sex to just get what he wants. And so far, it's let him be famous and live an ostentatious lifestyle, and be close to other famous people. And
Lou's gonna
It's more
find
the typical satyr, right? Like idea
Yes.
of the just.
Yes.
Yes, it's that, but even turned up to 11. Like,
Lou
no pun
is-
intended.
Lou will end up,
I'm sorry,
longing
now I
for
just
close
have
connection.
I have the Stonehenge scene in my head, and it's little satyrs dancing around it instead.
What'd you say, Mark?
I said Lou will end up longing for a close connection at some point in his life. Maybe. Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
But Lou will never build close connections the way that he is going about life, right?
No.
Where Bowie is
Lou
all
is-
about close connections.
Lou is sex, drugs, and rock and roll given physical form.
Yes.
Quite literally, yes.
When
Favorite
he was
DM
sitting
moment?
on- when he was sitting on Aramil, I was tempted to be like, "Hey, buddy, how about we come back up to my suite and I throw knives at you?"
But what you don't realize is Lou would have had a response for that.
Yeah,
Right.
he probably would
Yes,
have.
but I would have enjoyed hearing it.
But it would have been something to the terms of like, "Oh, you mustn't threaten to hurt me. You'll get me excited." Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
I know a
You
lovely
don't-
lady in Twilight Hill named Lilith, who's
Yeah.
Is that a campaign reference?
Yeah.
that's where the campaign. Yeah, she is a brothel madam in Twilight Hill that Angus got into like 300 gold pieces worth of debt with.
Oh. I definitely think my favorite DM moment was role playing Rack. I think the role playing of Rack being very good with the. I got the sense that the paladin was definitely trying to play it cool. He was trying to put on a tough face, but I might just be reading too deep into it because obviously I wasn't there. But like, I still felt, even though like they were trying to play it cool, and it's like, oh, we're gonna pick our responses to the zone of truth super carefully, I still felt like they felt the pressure was on, and I really liked that.
yeah, they got a record scratch moment, and they're like, "Fuck."
Yep.
I just liked I think it was the paladin saying to like Leopold of like, we didn't consent to being put under a zone of truth. It's like, well, I'm lawful neutral, not lawful good, motherfucker.
It's a good thing we didn't ask for your permission neither, bitch.
And I know a lot of DMs like giving themselves DM PCs, and like you kind of gave yourself a DM party to play around with as a direct opposition to us, which is a really good idea.
You've got your rivals, man. They're the rival company.
Yeah, exactly.
That's from the that's like I think something they give you like rules and stuff for in the Acquisitions Incorporated book.
They do.
So it's all legit. We just need to squash them.
No, we just need to.
Really good in life. To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
Oh god.
Okay, Genghis Khan.
That's Conan the
That's
Barbarian.
that's Conan the Barbarian.
It's kind of it. Like, I mean, if you think about it, Conan the Barbarian is like you can't even compare it to Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan would be way worse.
Yeah, you make a point.
Conan the Barbarian was a rogue.
Yep.
Not a
Conan the
barbarian.
Barbarian was a rogue. Not a well.
I'll
I met
argue that
couple
he's a
levels of
fighter.
Barbarian.
Barbarian
Any
rogue.
other? Yep. Any other? DM
Barbarian
moments?
Rogue is actually like really solid because you can do reckless
Fuck
attack
yeah, it
and
is.
give yourself advantage. So
Fuck yeah, it is.
always get your sneak attack.
That's how Conan won. He just raged and gave himself like 5d6 on every attack.
I just love mechanically justifying that as in like I'm just stabbing you in the kidney and I don't care if you hit me back in the process.
Yeah, when you bleed out, it won't matter.
Well, yeah. Any other DM moments before we call
Let me
it?
play Lou.
What's that?
Letting me play Lou.
Yeah.
When you weren't up to it, like I was just like, okay.
I threw my hat in
little-
there at moments where I thought it was appropriate, but yeah, I think
You
that...
you almost okay DM moment. You almost threw your hat in at this one moment. It was very clear you and I had the exact same thought of what Lou would have responded with, and you said nothing. And I was just like, God damn it, Mark! You should have jumped in. So maybe like a DM, not like a DM fail moment, but like a DM like, come on.
I missed it. I just missed an opportunity.
It's all good.
But I hope you all had fun. It was a very roleplay centric, very player centric session, and but I think it went well. So yeah, thanks for playing. Those of you out there watching, thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it and had a good time. And I'll see you all tomorrow, and we'll see you next week with Artifact Recovery Corporation. We're gonna raid somebody, so if you want to stick around in the chat, feel free. But otherwise, have a good night.
Night, everybody.
Later.